Not ideal. Actually, I just realized I can do... I thought that this was in front. I think it is. It is in front, but it's not stopping hover, so that means I need to go here and go to mouse and go to, yes, it's stop. So why is the button able to... This is a little big. This could be smaller. These icons could be a little smaller. I need to condense it a little bit so that it fits. So I need to go to like here. It's in the UI. A few different components here. Part of the recipe list. Recipe item icon. $64 will do like 32. 32. Make it smaller. I don't know if that's gonna actually shrink it down though. No. Yeah, that's not the problem. Problem is not the minimum. It's because it's fitting the height. It says width, but it's also fitting the height. Actually, I think it's because I need to do that. I think it'll work now. But yeah, that's fitting because of how big the progress bar is. So I need to find the progress, which is this procedure icons thing. Because it's 64, this needs to be like 32. And then it's half of 336 would be like 168. And then I need to go to transform. Except the anchor points are not aligned with that. Could be a little bigger. Or I could make other stuff smaller. But that is pretty small. Go to like 48, 40, 44, 40, 48. 50% bigger, so 168 times 1.5, 252. There we go. That's pretty good. And I can go back to recipe item icon, 48 by 48. Run it again to make sure. Looks pretty good. Could probably reduce the text here to not fully say procedure and have to say like proc or something, shorthand it. That'd be in recipe list. It would be down where I have add procedure. I believe right before that, maybe. Here. It is an add procedure. Input actions. And I'll just make sure that looks better. There you can have the recipe. Although I need to make it so that which at that point, why don't I just make them both visible at the same time if they're gonna be like that. Wait, what? Hmm. I guess what I could do is, for quality of life, what I could do is make it so that you can, like, take a procedure and pin it or something. Pin a procedure. Yeah, I shouldn't be able to open the inventory while the minigame is open. I need to do this differently. Let me think about this. So, what do we got going on? We have a inventory system that I was trying to make it so that you could have the recipe list open at the same time. Hmm. Which that doesn't look terrible, but then it brings the reason why are they separate? If they're designed to be next to each other, why don't they just open at the same time? I mean, this makes me realize that this page doesn't really need to be much bigger than this. I could make it twice as big, but it's like a lot of dead space. Because you can like hover over this to get the full description anyway. From the tooltip. So I could make them like windows where you can move them around, but I don't know if that's a great idea. This, if I'm gonna do two, although I think these are only as wide as they are because of the text on this one. I don't think they're fixed size, so it's based off of the length of the longest item. This needs to be a little bigger and this needs to be a little smaller, I think is the idea here. So I need to go to inventory, and I need to go to right and make it 0.6. And then I need to go to recipe list, and I need to make this 0.4. Oh, 0.6. We're gonna run into problems though where like if I have some items picked up Yeah, it's the input is prioritized on the button. That's weird. So I need to do something. I guess I could just do the simple thing, I think, for at least what I think is simple, which is go to the tool wheel and then if event dot is action pressed, that could say inventory or help. I don't actually have a button for that. Also, the other problem is it's not about necessarily just the button being pressed because there's other ways to open the inventory, so I would need to cover all the possibilities. Basically, if you're in a menu, then it should block. Well, not if the recipes are open. Yeah, this is weird. I'm doing this a weird way. I don't necessarily have to worry about it right now. It's just a weird little thing going on. It's not that important. But it is weird. I just don't understand why the inventory isn't blocking mouse. shortcut context. Does that even do anything? I don't know. No. It's all weird. The whole like tool thing is weird. This whole game is weird. That's fine. It's just okay. So let me think about this. I mean, I could do like a process, but it seems not like a great idea to do a process for something like that. Okay, what am I working on right now, really, though? Let me think about this. So, boom, boom, boom. You go here. That's not too bad. It's just weird that it covers that up. In fact, I could move that, and so it opens the mini game, which takes up a lot of room. That's fine, whatever. I think it should. Having the recipe list open at the same time covers up a lot of what's going on. What I could do is maybe shrink this a little bit, move it over to the left, I think. What happens if I just try moving it over to the left here for now? So I go to the layout and huh. Well, that's size. I don't want to do size. Position. .32 offset. That doesn't change it in live. But like if we just change how it's aligned, how does it line up? Doesn't do anything because Let me think. Why would it not do anything? Because actually, I don't know why. It could be because of the anchor points. Oh, because I did it to the wrong minigame, that's why. I could shrink it. I do want to keep this 40% kind of thing going on here. So if I make this go to 60, and I could, because this is full rect, which is inconsistent. Is I could, also I wanted to fill. Left 0.05. Right 0.6. Get rid of the anchor offsets. The top we'll do 0.1. Bottom 0.15. Bottom 0.85. And this, did I lock it? Mini game progress. I need to shrink it down. Just a minimum size. Go to 300. Then transform. Oh no, wait. Go to 650. Yeah. What? I need to change the anchor. Or how it's grown, I think. Grow direction. Offset. Bottom. Offset it by like 30 pixels. Maybe like, yeah, 30, I think. Those are spaced out too much because I need to change the separation. Separation needs to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's at the minimum size. That's why it's acting all weird. 20. We'll go to 20 is the minimum. That's the separation, and we can match the slider up. Now I could add script to this to make it so that it sets the separation equal to some kind of function of the size of the progress slider. But yeah, I shouldn't really need to change it enough to bother having to write a script. So go 650. And it's offset to the left. All right. Oh, that's why. I need to change the minimum height to 650. That was the problem. -30. Could do -24, probably. And then I need to go back to this H box, set the separation equal to roughly 38. Looks good. And then there's the label way over there. Could make it a child of this and set the -60, -20. Okay. Should be good. So the idea is I go over here, do that. Oh. I have to like do the same thing for word pestle. Because I didn't make some kind of like inherited format for this stuff. A Nils, thank you. That was a loud alert. It's because I have the music so quiet. I can adjust that later. It's fine. It shouldn't take long to fix this. Just go here. Left 0.05, right 0.6 or so. Top 0.15, bottom 0.85. Make our offset. Just get rid of all of it. Grow direction, both, that's fine. It actually fits well. That means the label's gonna go off the side here though, because I didn't set that properly here. So I'm gonna have to move it back over to like, just put it at 0. Save that, go over here. I mean, I can tweak the start button, move it over to the left more. Layout. It says 0.18, put it at like 0.05. And then I can grab this layout. It says full rect. Whatever. I can just move it. What? Oh, control. Yeah. Yeah. This left is go to 0.65. Top one, right, 0.95. 0.5. I don't need to touch that. That could be 0.6. It's fine. So let's see how it looks. So we go here, and then I could have the recipe open on the side here. I hit escape. What happened? Invalid assignment. No, so there's no reference to this minigame progress bar / startup label. Minigame progress bar. Oh, I did. I moved it. Yeah, I did do that. / progress slider / procedure icons. Oh, no, wait, no. It's not a child of that. So that should work now. That. It's too big. Which I could shrink the text down, or maybe I can wrap it or something. It doesn't need to be that big. You have to go back and reformat that. Recipe list. Go here, set that like 36. This can be 32. What size is the text here? It's 24. Okay. That's fine. That looks better, yeah. Yeah, the overflow, should I? I shouldn't really have any names that are longer than that, so I shouldn't have to deal with overflow. And it looks a little cleaner, maybe, perhaps. You can at least see, have the recipe there, and then you can follow it closer once you understand. Yeah. It's the only 2 instances. Yeah. Okay. You go here. Okay. That should get that to work now. Go there, pick those up. There. Pull up the recipe, so you got it. No. No. Okay. Produced. And you can like go back. I mean, these both. There shouldn't be 2 entries. I think. Why are there 2? I think it's because I added them manually to the recipe book. That's why there's 2 entries. Also, in the recipe book, I don't have the quantity, because like The reason I have two different recipes also is because they produce two different quantities, but I don't have that indicated anywhere in the recipe book. I guess I can just leave that as a to-do. It's not like that crazy. Just throw it up top here. Add quantity to recipe output. All right. But got that. You're going here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's something for now. There, it gets that. And just crafts 1. And you can get the ingredients back for now. Just so it's easy for testing. If I don't remove them. It's like if I go in here, if I have extra ingredients, the whole purpose of this is like I can still make it build craft. Why? That should have worked, right? It should have worked. It's a good thing I'm checking. Let me see here. Alchemy minigame. Matching, it has to be in here somewhere. Look, matching recipe. For ingredient in recipe dot ingredients. Oh, I do have a comparison here. Do I need this at all? Hold on. Is this, why do I have this? This is probably left over from the old way I used to do this. If procedure dot compare current craft procedure. Well, this is really all that matters, right? I don't need any of this stuff. I don't even use this anywhere, do I? I do. If not matching, then continue. Oh, this is like... I don't know. I'm gonna comment it out and just see what happens. So I still have it open. It should work. Should have updated. Okay, non-existent function compare and base now. Because where do I, okay, so I set recipe. Procedure, recipe dot procedure dot compare. But it's saying this is nil. Right, because I didn't continue when I would have otherwise. Yeah, so some of this is necessary for sure, at least some of this. The problem is I'm trying to look for a one-to-one match of if all of the ingredients I have are being used in the recipe that I'm comparing it to. Problem is if I have extra ingredients that I don't use, they're getting counted against the recipe. But that shouldn't really matter. So let me go this line by line here. For ingredient in the recipe, but not the current, for current ingredient in current craft ingredients. Recipe.ingredients is the recipe in the list of recipes. Recipe.ingredients. Current craft ingredients is the current ingredients I have for the craft, so this is local, this is global. So I'm looking for if the current ingredient matches. But really what I need to do is check just for if the ingredient is in the current craft ingredients, but not the other way around. So that's fine. If it's not, if the current ingredient is empty, that's fine. Then we say, okay, so this is a match, so we're good. So we check, there's no ingredient, we're good. There is an ingredient and it's a match, we're good. But we don't check if there is an ingredient. Like, I feel like yeah, I can see where the logic is weird. I'm trying to think of how to rewrite the logic. So we're matching. Because, yeah, this is backwards, I think. What I need to do is for each ingredient, I go through each ingredient I'm actively using for each ingredient in the recipe that I'm comparing it to. I'm taking all the active ingredients and comparing it against that ingredient and making sure that but why am I doing this? So I do less recipe procedure comparisons? Is that why? And the only reason that this is failing is because I haven't made procedures for every recipe yet. But if I had procedures for every recipe, this would be fine, and I could keep doing comparisons. The problem with the comparison, let me look. What exactly am I comparing? I feel like I did this in a bit of a naive approach where Input actions I dot equals. Oops. Oh no, it looks right, I think. Been a minute since I've looked at that, so I can run through it if I need to, but because I have some data types that man, I really threw some of this stuff together. That's okay. So I guess what I could do for now, since I don't have procedures for every recipe, even though I should have a procedure for every recipe, is I can just make a if not recipe dot procedure. I can just say if there is a recipe procedure, then we can compare it. Otherwise, we don't compare it. And so if we just ignore this, I'm curious. There should be at least one ingredient, no more than 3, because otherwise something's wrong. This doesn't need to be a thing right now. Just do it. So we're going to compare every procedure. I don't know if that is going to make any sense, though. I have to do this. Well, that works. The problem I might be running into is, okay, cool. So you did the right procedure, but I'm not checking if I'm using the right ingredient. So you could do this procedure with any ingredients and you'll get that same output because there's nothing else that uses that procedure. That's a problem I'm going to run into right now, but I just need to see. It shouldn't be a problem here, is the idea, is that the cauldron works differently. But I think the way that I coded it is that you're not actually checking you're not comparing the item, you're comparing the inputs. Like input action is the way that I coded it, so that's in slot 1. It's not gonna work because I missed some stuff. It's like this will work because it's using the same inputs as not pressing the hotkey. This will work because it's using the same inputs as the procedure. Yeah, but like if I do that, it's bad because it's using input 2 and not input 1. Where I should not be taking the inputs, I should be comparing the items, the ingredients. A little bit of a headache, but I do need to hash this out. Yeah. Just let me check. Recipes, cauldron, procedure input actions, item 1, item 2, item 3. Yeah, this is the problem. So I'm saying is input action 1, but this doesn't make sense. What I need is I need another data type stored if it's an item. Because here, I have the procedure. Item 1, item 1. This doesn't make sense. Because, like, again, if I go back in here and I say, oh, well, I'm using... I want to... Oh, okay. It works for mortar pestle because mortar pestle only takes the first ingredient. It only uses one ingredient at a time. So this is... It'll work for the mortar pestle, but not for the cauldron. Since cauldron has 3 items. Let go. Where did I make that data type? Procedure. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Oh, I know what I did here. So, okay. It's because I repurposed this. I think all right, I set it up I think in a way that will work for what I'm doing. The problem is that when I do the comparison, I'm not actually utilizing the data sets properly because I don't use the fact that it's an item or equipment. So what I need to do what do I do in procedure or procedure input action? Let me see here. Let me run through it. So comparing, we're given a procedure and we're comparing it to the current procedure. So what we need to do is if there is no input action on either of them, then we're good. Else, if there is no input action on a given index on one but not the other, but there is on the other, then that's a mismatch, return false. I'll just say mismatch. If there's no input action, oh, if they're not equal, if the input actions are not equal, so it is going to be in procedure input actions. So if we're saying I think this is redundant. If there is no input action, return false. No, it's not redundant because this function will only get called if there is an input action on the on self, because otherwise this function won't exist. So yeah, this means there is a mismatch. So all right, now there is an input action at the same index in both procedures. This is where this is all way too simplified. We check the type. We check the ID. Wait, this is right? I don't think the code is wrong. I think what I put into the values is wrong. I don't know if that's wrong, because what I need to do is go. I need to go to the recipes here, and I have these set, but these don't. I don't think these should exist as they are. Yeah, no, it's being used in speed potion. I understand that, but item. I need to copy the IDs of the item being used. The ID of the item is 100, so this needs to be ID 100. That's what I need to be doing. I'm trying to take the ID of the actual ingredient. I changed it on both of them. Okay. So that is set up now. Problem is that when I now I need to go to the where the inputs are set. Here. So the where I set this value is wrong. Input action item. Is I have set input action, which I believe is somewhere down here. The ID. The ID is wrong here that I'm setting. I'm setting this to the index of the input, which isn't what I want at all. This needs to be the ID of the item. Which is... So if it's action 1... The problem is I don't have a reference to the item ID currently, so I'll need to do that. I just have a reference to the icon. Minigame buttons. Minigame. Current craft ingredients. Items used in the recipe. Maybe I do. Okay, I should actually. I'm gonna just assume that I set that up correctly then. So if I do cur craft ingredients at index 0, dot ID, there, that should work. And that's 1. Two. We'll see if it works. It's I'm just gonna have to trust that I set that up correctly for now, and if it doesn't, then it's fine. So, oops, whatever. So this is still gonna work fine because, well, it should work fine because there's only one item here. Yeah, and then boom, boom, boom. works because it's comparing IDs now instead of slots. Because if I do this, it's not going to work because the ID doesn't match. Well, I didn't thoroughly test, but I at least think that is good. That works now. I guess I can do that. Make sure if I use the third slot, it's still fine. And then check the first slot as well. See how that works. And then I can do like that. I need to figure out why the collision on the drag is not working sometimes. Oops. Okay. I'll take that. It works. Okay, cool. What else do we have for quality of life? So I have it so that the inventory is a little more condensed and it's off on the left, but it covers up some of the UI here. I could make this on like the top right or something. I feel like this help panel should be not transparent like that. It's really hard to see it. So I think I still need to make it so that if the mini games are open, then it's not going to. Yeah, because I kind of went, oops. Kind of did a little bit of redundancy here. So I want to go and remove that redundancy, which is that I add the minigame. I have this group, so right now I'm keeping track in the output of what items are in the menu group. Like what menu UI pages are open. The problem is that I think it's redundant to have, because I also have a mode that is setting everything. I need to revert this stuff back to let's see here. I need to go back to where I set global mode. What is this? Bad input. Determinative input for the tick should be locked on bad input. Oh yeah, I'll have to do that maybe, possibly. I also don't have any like feedback other than showing the icon right now, but I think that's okay for now. Global dot mode. Because I have a lot of stuff being set to menu. Alchemy minigame. I'm gonna set this to minigame. What we got here? Global mode equals menu. Again, minigame. If global mode is not menu or not visible, minigame. That's fine. Inspection. Help menu. This should be help. Oh, the problem is that since the windows can be open at the same time, I can't just have them have their own separate modes. So I don't think the mode should be any different when the help menu is open. I don't need to actually have a mode for when the help window is open. I'll just comment this out for now. So mode thing might become irrelevant soon, which is fine. But if it doesn't have a mode associated with it, then do I need to make it so that, because if you open the window first, it's not going to change the mode. The idea is that you can only move the character around when it's in the right mode. But maybe now the whole mode thing is starting to get a little complicated. Because I was like, oh yeah, I could just make a different mode for the different windows. But now I'm like, well, I want to have multiple windows open at the same time, but if they have the different modes, then it's going to cause issues because you can only have one mode at the same time, the way that it's set up, on one mode at a time, which means I made a group where I'm like, okay, so multiple UI can be open at the same time, so now we have a group called menu to show that the menu, any aspect of the menu is open, so the player can't move. However, maybe I am okay with the character moving during some of them, so they shouldn't be a part of the group, and they don't need a mode. So, should the character be able to move around while the help window's open? Probably not. Maybe, I don't know, it depends. The way that I have the menu set up is that it is, I think it's way too intrusive to make sense for the character to move when the menu's open, since it currently just covers most of the screen. So I don't think it makes sense for the character to be able to move during that. If it was like something off on the side, then yeah, the character should be able to move during it. But, and also this whole UI thing is way too big. I could shrink this down. This could be like 120. It's like locked in though. I can't change it. I'll change it in here. Oh, I can't change it because it's the size is based on its children. That's why. Because I have the minimum size of these set to 100 when it should be like 60, 64. Let's just do 64. And go through here, minimum size 64 for all three. How big is the button? 40. Could be like 32. Yeah, I could have this in the corner over here. I'll need to flip the indices. Oh, actually, that's way easier because I can just go slot 1, slot 2, slot 3. That's actually really easy. The way they set that up, that's cool. I see the problem, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I'll need to swap that. Because I have it so that when you press... Yeah, slot 1, I have it so that is... Slot 2, slot 3 toggled. Current tool press, toggle tool selection. Yeah, but I need to change the signals now. Wait, no. Oh. I'm confused. Did I even need to change anything? I would think so. If I go over here and I move this over here. Yeah. So it's the indices are not matching up with what I am pressing. So slot 1 is it. Yeah. Slot 2, slot 3. Hello? Icon slot 2. I guess I can look at functionality wise. This stuff is still fine, I imagine. Yeah. I am doing just fine. Actually, that reminds me, I should have some water. How are you doing? Slot 1, toggled hand. Problem is that index 0 is currently the 1. I think that is being shown. Yeah. Nice. That's cool. I'm working on a... It's like a you're like an herbalist and you're going out and you can like pick up plants and craft with them and make potions is the idea, and so you like grind them up and then you can like make some potions, and then you have like a recipe book that you get bigger, and the idea is that like as you interact with these ingredients, they're going to give you hints on how they're used, because you don't only know so many recipes to start out with to get you going. Oh, that broke recently. That's interesting. Yeah, and then you can have potions that do different things and stuff. Yeah. But I'm trying to just focus on fixing some stuff that I've kind of been putting off in terms of like making the game a bit more presentable for like playtesting, because I want to hopefully try to get some feedback from some people in a couple weeks or so. So I want to make sure that I'm set up for that, because a couple weeks ago I had no there's like no way anyone could know what to do when. So I'm trying to add like a help menu and stuff like that, and at least to just have something. It doesn't have combat. Um, at least the way that I'm setting it up right now, I'm thinking that you could add like make like explosive potions that you could throw and or something like that at some point, but it's kind of on the back burner because I'm working on just making it more of a puzzle game in a sense of like. Wonder if my world still works that I used here. I had like a test sliding door puzzle. One thing I have to do like the scene here where it's like you're in here and then you like, yeah, it doesn't actually work right now, but like you press the button and then like the door would open, but you can't make it in time, so you have to craft a speed potion, and then you can get through the door because you have a speed potion. And so like that's an example of like a puzzle, and so you're like going and trying to explore the area and uncover potions and stuff. Oh, that's why. It's because I didn't update the layout of the world, so it didn't have any of this stuff. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to at least getting this to a point where I feel comfortable having people test it, but it's definitely a lot of like bug fixes and tweaking right now. Yeah. I need to fix. I'm not seeing where it's being set here. Is it on ready? Slot 1. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's cool. Um, yeah, I'm sure I will be looking for testers at some point, so I'll keep that in mind. Let's see. On ready. Slot 1 dot button press equals true, which is here. This is slot 1. Is this so? This must be getting set outside of the script, because I don't see anything here that seems to be a problem. Oh, nice. That's cool. Have a good one. Slot 1. Yeah, so it's using current tool slash add item button dot visible equals false. Yeah, that's good. When you current tool toggle tool selection. Oh, I know why. It's because of how the tool wheel grows. Because it's aligned to the reading left to right. That's the problem. Icon alignment. That's not what I'm looking for. The problem isn't that the wrong thing is shown. The problem is that when I need to basically just flip the whole thing. So I have it at fill. What I want to do is I want it to it's not about container sizing. Container sizing is not the problem. Any way for me to horizontally flip the canvas item? Probably, right? Ordering Z. Yeah, let me add a roll. Okay. Adjusted some rolls. Alright, so that's good. I'll just Google it real quick. Godot, horizontal flip, container. Oh, that's an idea. Negative 148. Oh, you can't. It would need a control. I think above it, that can allow it to be rotated. Oh, I mean, that worked. Because I just changed the layout direction right to left. And then I didn't need to do anything else. It just, I changed the layout direction. Which means I need to fix it over here. No, that's not right. That's fine. There. That works. Okay. So then we have... That's not the prettiest. I think that's fine. Yeah, this is overlapping, hard to read that. There's stuff here. I need to change the transparency on that. So I think that would just be a theme override. New style box flat. Just make it like that with no alpha. So then if you go like this, there's no alpha. Works. Do I just do that for all of them? Could just make a theme for the panel and make it so that Or would that be, actually... Is it effects? No, it's not effects. Level tile sets. No. No, it's text. Because yeah, this is the entire theme, which I'm not necessarily looking for. Can deal with it later. Mm. I feel like there should be like a degree of separation here. Or like a border. Why don't these buttons work? Oh, because of mode. So I need to go to recipe list. Go to open window, default, global mode menu, or global mode. Minigame. There. There, now I can... Well, I was having a trouble closing because it's... menu or minigame. It's closing and reopening the minigame every time I press escape. What did I do? Input. Something on close window. Open inventory.emit. Inventory.open inventory. Wait, what? It doesn't get sent. Oh, it gets sent here. No, it doesn't. Open inventory.emit. What catches the signal? I'm trying to figure this out. On open, it's right here. I don't know how I missed this. Global mode is menu, add to group menu. Window name dot text inventory crafting visible equals true. So like this happens, then closed. Now I'm confused. It's doing that thing again where because I hit escape, it's immediately closing the window after I open it. I don't know what to do about that. Hmm. Like, I don't know why this is even catching this event, especially at the time that it is. I think it's because it's catching on the child, so it executes this function because minigame, Cauldron minigame, or whatever the minigame, is a child of the inventory. So it's handling that, and then it trickles up, and then it checks for the event. I just guess I figured that if the input event was caught by the child, then the parent wouldn't also catch the input. But it's not even, is it? Oh yeah, it is a child because it's a canvas layer, so it works differently, but it is a child. In terms of visibility, it's not the visibility of the is not dependent on its parent because it's in a canvas layer, but it is a child. Which should it even be? I mean, should probably be a sibling. But again, even if I did that, there's no guarantee that it would follow a certain order of operations because it would catch on both of them. But I don't know what the order of execution is going to be, so could still run into the same issue. Which it's a minor issue. It doesn't even really mean much because you're pressing escape. You want the windows to be closed. It's not that big of a deal. Especially if I made a button, what I really need to do is I need to add like a window thing at the top like I do for a lot of this other stuff for consistency. Is I need to add like I do it in the recipe list. I need to basically just copy paste this panel. It's more VBox, the whole VBox container. All this stuff should be in the container. What did that shrink? Here's all got offset a little bit. Weird. Now I have all three of these as separate. Well, the idea was that they should be different enough mini games that like they are their own windows. There's a lot of overlap though. I could change that though. I'm fine with just copy and pasting them for now because the processes might be different in the future. Although I'm kind of holding out for a hypothetical, which isn't ideal. These are all gonna throw errors. call it? Cauldron. Disconnect. These are going to be shared functions. So down here, the button closed pressed. On previous window. All this stuff. And then what we actually want to do is not emit that. I'm going to go to inventory. I'm just going to take a little bit of what it does here. It's not exactly the issue. You want to do that, so then we go in here. That's fine. It's inconsistent that I'm not using the same formatting, but I don't know which one's preferred right now. I don't think it matters. Oh yeah, I didn't add the functionality yet. So I have to go down here, close window. And then here, previous window. Save. So then when you hit escape, it closes the window. That's one I need to do. Or a pestle mini game. Now. He's also got offset. I'll just change them one at a time. Some dead space at the top. It's not being used, but I know the problem. I see the problem. Where'd they go? Okay. On button start pressed. Is that not? Guess it's not shared. Whatever. This feels better. See, inventory's open. Yeah, that's the other thing. This is like almost touchscreen compatible, if I think about it. The only thing that isn't touchscreen compatible is that you can't move or interact. The actual gameplay. All the UI right now is because I added buttons for everything, which is good in general. Instead of relying on people to know shortcuts all the time, adding buttons makes it easy. I don't think that there's any clear indication to the player right now that you can remove an item from the cauldron by clicking on it, because intuitively, if you drag an item in, you're going to want to drag the item out. But that you click it, which is like an inconsistency. It's kind of a big deal. Yeah. I'm gonna take a little break to get a snack. Do a little stretch. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, so I have carrots that are a couple weeks over their expiration. I'm gonna try to pick out the ones that are not bad. I'm sure there's some okay ones in here. Yeah, I think it's mainly like the ones on the bottom that have been choking that are like not good. Okay. Num procedures. Alright. So I noticed earlier that there's a problem in add procedures now that I changed how the IDs work. I have two things wrong. One of them is still up to do. Add ingredients, add quantity. I think I have this written somewhere else as well, but in more direct location. Add procedure input actions. This is where the something is messed up. I feel like 5, I'm pretty dead set on 5, but it is worth noting if you change the number of input actions in a sequence, then you also need to change that. Why do I have it hard set to 5? Is there any reason I can't just set it to, like, the length of the procedure? No, it might cause issues if the length of the procedure is not 5. I'll just make a disclaimer, I guess. recipe.procedure dot I'm trying to remember. Procedure has an array of input actions. The length of this. PIA icon colon equals procedure icons dot get child dot get child. What is this? What am I doing here? Procedure icons. Where does this get set? Here. Recipe procedure icons dot instantiate. This is just getting the icon of procedure index I. That's all it is. I imagine that it has to do with this. If they'll use this mortar and pestle, yeah, this is the problem. I have to rewrite this. This is okay. Everything gets complicated at the cauldron. I don't want to use a match. I'm just going to comment this so I at least have it available. But what I want to do is if recipe.procedure input actions type type equals tool. Or equipment, I don't remember. What is it? Equipment ID 0. Then if I could do match here. Just be a placeholder. It's kind of unnecessary because there's only one ID it could be, which is 0, but whatever. Match recipe dot procedure dot input actions I dot ID then I want to do 0. Okay, there. So we have the equipment sorted out. Else, I'm just gonna make a variable here. Var IA or IA equals. Just do this. Cur IA. Oh, actually, I only want to do these two. If cur IA dot type equals item, and what we want to do is we want to get the item by the ID. Which means that we go through recipe.ingredients for ingredient in recipe.ingredients. If cur IA dot ID equals ingredient dot ID, then we have a match, which means that we want to get the ingredients display name and texture. So we say PIA icon dot texture and then PIA icon dot tooltip text, and we want to set it equal to ingredient dot texture and then ingredient dot display name. That seems pretty clean. So it still works fine for mortar pestle. First try. This is gonna overflow a bit here. Do I need... This seems redundant now that I think about it. Because it shows what the ingredients are here. So just listing out the ingredients and then showing the procedure seems redundant. So I can get rid of a couple steps here. Add ingredient quantity. I don't even need to. I'll just comment this out. Just comment all of this out. This might just look better, I'll be honest. Oh yeah, and you can get rid of the procedure. Well, I'm assuming everything's going to have a procedure, so I don't need to list out the items. Because as soon as you know the procedure, everything is going to have a procedure. Okay, so, yeah. I mean, I can keep the comment. I can just say if this is deprecated. A list of ingredients. I can get rid of this label. This could be a little cleaner. Right. Now that I have it set up like this, I think what I can do is I can go to the recipe list and make it a little cleaner looking. So like, I want a max length here. And wrap. I wanted to wrap. Smart wrap. Oh. Minimum size, I think, is the problem here. $400. Is it about minimum size? Or is it about container sizing? I want it to expand fill. Or no? I guess that doesn't work. Expand field doesn't work? I think you do need a custom minimum size if you're doing stuff like that. Because it's part of, yeah, minimum size. 400. So it's filling, this icon is filling weird. Is the other thing. Fit height. No. What if I have minimum size? 64. Why is all this off? Undo. Oh, because it's the minimum width based on the items. So I just could go, right, 0.99. Not sure what happened there. It's supposed to be full rect. Just like wasn't full rect. I don't know. Yeah, I need to redo this. This could be smaller. Point 0.61. Which means I need to go down here and redo this. I need to change the minimum size to 360. Then it works. Or bleed grinds. There. Looks better. Thing is, I can make the minimum size to like 300, I think. Which means I can also shrink down this box. But I don't need to shrink down the box anymore. Trying to... If I could drag the window around, maybe. Yeah, maybe I change it from a panel. Maybe it's finally time. Instead of it being a panel, I change it to a window. That, like... you can drag around. Maybe. For now, I'll just do 0.9. Let's see how this is. I mean, I can see it right here. Why am I not? This says minimum. It doesn't even have a minimum size. Something is forcing this. I think it's because of the... Yeah. Ew. 260. It could be wider. I know what to do. I know what to do. I need to leave space. I could work on that now, I guess. It's come up a couple times now. 360. Even. 0.95. 9. 8. Oh, I keep talking about the quantity. So what I can do is go in here and say add ingredient quantity. I can still do it, but what I want to do is I want to add it after the procedure. Add product quantity. So let me think. I want it to be a... I guess for now what I could do is... or label add. Label equals equals, and then we want to add another recipe icon, item icon. But this is going to be product icon. This is a good baseline because it did cross my mind that I could in the future make it so that crafting something produces multiple outputs. So what this could do is I could make it so that you could click on one of the outputs and I get to one of the other, yeah, whatever. That's later though. So product icon. My eyes are like starting to strain a little. Dot texture equals sort of add procedure. Recipe.product item.texture. I want another label. This one's gonna be quantity. Equals recipe dot product item amount as a string. I have two. This is redundant. Here. Oh, and I wanted to add the total text. To the text. Get 1 green herb leaf. You get 2. Hey! 5. Nice. Only thing I want to tweak is how there should be a little buffer here. Yeah. Okay. That's something I could fix. So I can make it so that when the back button is clicked, actually, when the window is opened, open window. I want button back dot disabled equals true. And then I want to make it so that when product details is visible, I want to make it so that button back is enabled. I think that's the only times that I need to worry about that. Yeah. Disabled. Yeah. Enabled. Disabled. Enabled. Disabled. Close it. Open it. Enabled. Close it. Open it. Disabled. Okay. Yeah. I could, instead of disabling it, I could get rid of the visibility. There's no reason to even show it. Is there? Is there a reason to even show a back button on the page? The only reason I could see is that it would show the player that the button, that if they're looking for a back button in the future, that's where it would be. Is to, like, set up the expectations of that's where the back button is. Otherwise, when they go to the new page, maybe you might not see the back button immediately. But I don't know if that would actually make a noticeable difference. Because then you run into the issue on the other end where someone's trying to click on the back button despite it not doing anything. I guess that's another thing is when the button is pressed when it's disabled, it still highlights the button. That's fine though. That's actually not a problem. That's intended. I'll try without visibility for now, I think. How does this feel? Recipe's open. Problem is that the close is right next to the tool. But it's not creating 2 speed potions, it's only creating 1. I have to fix this. Oh, I see. I have it set so that when it checks results, it closes the window at the end because I never updated it to toggle or to go to the previous window. Yeah, here. This should be previous window. Failed. Oh yeah, that was wrong. It's crush, grind, grind. It's not crush, crush, grind. That is wrong. That shouldn't be wrong. It says it's wrong. What did I do? It has to do with comparison. Alright. Recipe. Procedure. Item 100. Item 100. Bellows. Which lines up. 1, 2, space, bellows, space. Yeah. So it does work. What's it saying is a mismatch? What's a mismatch here? If not input actions I dot equal. So it's something in here. It's probably saying I don't even know. if ID equals IA dot ID 100, so they're the same, return true. 100, so they're the same. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. I didn't update something properly. That's why it's not working. Oops. I need to go to the minigame. I made it so that this inputs ID 3. Should be ID 0. Fellows. Crush. Ride. There, now it works. For sure. I guess I didn't need to close it all out. But yeah, it only takes a second. Yeah, I only got one. Supposed to get 2, but I only got 1. Try it again. Oh, I screwed up. Just trying to figure out where this is going wrong. Product item. Quantity 1. Well, that's the problem. Product item dot quantity dot amount. 2. Yeah. Fixed. Cool. One second. Hmm. I'm doing this little quick update on my Discord. Hmm. I think I can put down as. Let me look real quick. Yeah. Okay. I think that goes. I think that's right. I can always fix it later. Alright, that's fine. I am going to take a quick break. I have to get to the bathroom and I'm gonna grab some lunch. So, a few minutes at least. I wanna add like something else to this screen. But Food is made. I also defeat the cat. Where did that go? Guess I need a texture vector. I thought I could just drag and drop. But I guess not. Um, I already did that. I already did that. I think I already did that, yeah. Add quantity to recipe output. I already did that. Determinative craft difficulty could be set dynamically. Show effect and resulting item. Give option for craft more. I'll leave that one. Update instances of item to be relative to the scene instead of assuming global instances if necessary. What was this for? Okay. I'm not doing anything with that for now. It's not currently necessary. Add functionality for opening different help tabs. Already did that. Add keyboard shortcut to the tooltip and update it when the keybinds change. I'm gonna have to make it at some point so that the keybinds or the controls update depending on whether you swap to a keyboard or controller, but I could just not worry about that for a long time. That's way down the road. Because this is on ready, but I could just do that instead of being on ready. It's fine. Update the keyboard shortcut when keybinds change. Or input device changes. Oh yeah, NPCs. I'm gonna get a little more light in here. It's a little better. Add items and recipes based on the spreadsheet. Oh yeah, I did do a spreadsheet. Remake UI with mobile first. That's like way down the road. That was just an idea so that I could like use the Godot app on my phone to do editing. It's not necessary. Allow recipe list and inventory crafting minigame to be open at the same time. Good. Not a lot of to-dos. Fix me. Add cooldown when sampling items to prevent spamming. I would think. Inventory. I think that'll work. And it works. There's no indicator that it's an active cooldown. Set the item's disabled status. It's not gonna work though, because I would need a new timer instance for every item. So that would not work, because I only have one instance of the timer and I don't want to make more. I'd rather just keep this for now. And I'll just have a note here. Note, no visual feed back that the sampling or consuming is disabled. Indicator. Yeah. Items that are not potions should either be sampled or not allowed on the hotbar. Oh yeah. So I think the next thing I need to do give information about the item during the craft and on a failed craft. That would be a hint as to how to craft it correctly. That would make sense. How's the project? I'm getting a little tired at the stuff I'm working on because it's a little tedious, but in terms of progress, it's good. I am at a point now where I think the next thing I need to do, and I'm tired because I'm not sure I'm gonna do this. It seems kind of involved. I might have to start doing animations and stuff like that. I basically need to make it so that there's feedback during the crafting. So like when you're crafting, there's a way to tell if like there's some kind of effect, some kind of feedback as you're crafting to like give you an idea of what's happening instead of just putting in a sequence and getting an output, because that would give the player the hints. Although I think I'm really gonna need to hash it out in terms of like figuring out exactly what I want to be going on. I think this is where I really need to like define what's happening during the crafting, because I feel like I can't really answer the questions of like how to show feedback properly until I determine what is actually going on. Because I have the system, but I don't have the proper, like, there's no reason that you're necessarily doing what you're doing yet, and I think without the reason I can't really solve the question, answer the question that I have. Why is that not working? What did I do? That should be working. Come on, I just fixed this and it's already not working again. Yeah, it says I failed, but I did the process right. So it shouldn't be failing. I need to figure it out because I thought I just fixed it. Like, it was just working. What did I do? Whatever. Yeah. I think this is going to be the hardest part because I have the systems, I have things set up. Now I need to make sense of it all, which is going to be the hard part, is actually making everything in a way that other people can understand it that are not me. Like, and I started by having like a help page and stuff like that, but still not like super clear. Like, I need to add details there, maybe. Yeah, that's at least something, so people can have like a way to start out. While I don't have like a proper tutorial or anything yet, like I can at least have a help thing so that when people are playing, they can get some idea of what they're supposed to be doing. You could say like hover over objects to get tooltips. I could leave that as some general help. But yeah, what did I do wrong? I messed something up. Made a little oopsie somewhere. Check results. Well, I guess I didn't need to close this out, but I'll just do this again. It takes 2 seconds. That's fine, it should work. Speed potion is the product recipe. Item produced dot emit. It looks like it's working then. Should produce a speed potion. Why did it work? Why did it work all of a sudden? That doesn't make any sense. Did it have something to do with the quantity? Because I had 2, I took 1. No. For some reason, when I had 2 of the item, it failed. Matching recipe. Just gonna fail. But I don't know why. Okay. Recipe. Procedure. 100. Billows. Okay. And the current craft procedure. 100. Equipment 0. So that matches up. Then what's the problem? None of those other breakpoints hit. Why did none of the other breakpoints hit? Oh, it worked. What? Why did it work? Why did it work all of a sudden? I know why, I think. I know why, I think. Okay. Figured it out. It's because I made it so that when you press the action, it works. So I made it so that when you do the keyboard shortcuts, it works correctly, but I never made it so that when you press the buttons, it works correctly. I forgot to update the button presses, but not the, like, keyboard inputs work, but not the button presses. So I need to figure out. That's in here. Cauldron minigame. Yes, that's the problem. That's why it wasn't working. Zero, 1, 2. Now it'll work. Also, I need to go breakpoint. Boom, boom. Oh, this should work. Yeah, it works now. Yippee. Which had nothing to do with producing multiple. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so like that. If you fail the craft, there's no like way of knowing what you did wrong. Well, yeah, that's so the idea is like, because I have it so that I do instinctively want to drag this window around, but the idea is like you can like sample items. This one doesn't have anything, so I can be like, you can grab that and then it has like a little effect. You feel a burst of energy when it quickly subsides, so you can be like, all right, I have an idea of what it might do. It doesn't help you with crafting, but that is just, I guess, a little bit of like world building. But then the idea is like, so you know that in its current form it doesn't do anything, and then but if you combine it with other things, or if you put it in the cauldron, you can like simpler crafting makes weaker. I mean, I guess, but like I mean, the problem with it is this is more like a puzzle game at this point, and so if you can craft the potion at all, unless like, and you can just stack a bunch of the weaker potions, unless like, it's like, oh, if you get the weaker one, then you move slightly faster, but the stronger one, you move a lot faster. Like, I guess could do that. Like if the effect is less potent. I mean, yeah, but I get that, but the problem is still I need to find a way to communicate the information to the player that isn't just like finding a recipe somewhere. And the idea I had originally that I'm not sure how I'm going to even communicate this is like, let's say that I'm crafting here and that there's generally rules that each ingredient will follow in terms of where they're useful. So like I could have it so that if I were to put the ingredient here, then it would fail, but I might get a message that is like, there's like some feedback. I need like the feedback of like, all right, it was wrong, but it seemed to react well, but there wasn't enough heat. So then like, okay, you can be like, oh, okay. Like it didn't break apart or whatever because it was not a high enough temperature. And then what you can do from there is be like, all right, there was enough heat, but like I need to figure out how to like give hints. But then it's like, I don't know. Then you can get it right and it'd be like, you need some kind of, like those hints are very direct. That basically tells you, like, can help you really narrow it down. I'm not sure. Because it's like, what if it requires 2 ingredients and only have 1? I need to be able to, I don't know. I had an idea for this, but it's been a bit since I have thought about it, so I'm trying to remember what I had going. Hold on. I think I have like a spreadsheet. Let me get the spreadsheet. Item and potion details. So I had so there's gatherables, like item name, red berry, yellow petal, flower stem, blueberry, grayberry. Probably not grayberry, but like properties. So like I had an idea of like you gather them and you like obtain some kind of like knowledge about properties that it has. So like when you pick up a yellow petal, you can figure out that it like has like some like expanding property to it. Or growing. Well, grow and expand are similar. Oh, I guess the idea is that grow would be like it would like multiply or something like that, and then expand would be that it's the same amount but it expands outward. And so um I mean like the idea is not that the character, well, my whole idea is that the character isn't new to being an herbalist. The character's new to these types of herbs. So like they understand fundamentally like properties of the of how this stuff works together, but they don't they're not familiar with like this like part of the world or something like that. So they're trying to use like general rules about the world to deduce how this stuff works. Instead of just getting a recipe. Because like unlike with like Kingdom Come, it's like you given the ingredient, you're given the recipe, so you craft it. And it's like I want a part of the experience here to be figuring out the recipe, because you're like on the frontiers of like going to somewhere unknown and figuring this stuff out for the first time. But it is tricky, especially since like I don't know anything personally like about that other than just the scientific process. Yeah, yeah, something like that. So it's like, okay, so I have like green flakes that you would get if you grind up green herb leaves, then it produces green flakes, and then in the process you determine that it has some property of I have energy written down, because the idea is like, well, energy, I'd have to like reword it. I use energy to like associate it with like speed or something. So like if you combine green flakes and stem strands, which the stem strands have like an expanding property. So if you have energy, expanding energy, that would be like an explosion almost. But that's what like I have a like grow and expand. I want like an explosion. I was gonna say, yeah, is green paste, stem strands, and a potion, adding green paste and stem strands. So that would be adding green paste, which is an enhancing property. So it would be like you would enhance the potion with an expanding property to make it a splash potion. um, I'm trying to think of how to convey this information to the player, though. Like, alright, so if you crush, I have like, oh, if you crush berry, or like, if you grind up the red berries a certain way, or crush them up, then you can get berry seeds. Like maybe instead of crushing at first, you just grind, then you'll get berry seeds or something like that. Because otherwise, if you crush them up, then you're gonna break apart the berry seeds and you won't get them. So like one of the things I could have for feedback is like when you crush the berries, there's like a message that pops up that says like there's the seed like cracks and releases some kind of like aura or something like that. Oh, no, I didn't try that demo. I was thinking about it, but yeah, maybe I should have. I don't know how I was like, oh, I have an idea. If you get berry skin, and then what did you do with that? I don't even know. Could make paste or something. Hmm. Yeah, maybe I do go around and download it. Because I was just checking out stuff during Next Fest, and so, like, after it happened, I'm like, I don't know what's still available or not, but I should probably get back to working on the project. Um, so I'm just trying to think about this and how to transfer this to what I have. Oh yeah, it's one of those things where it's like there's a filled out encyclopedia, but until you do the combination, you don't know what it is, but you know that there's something there. And so you know that you can use it for something. Uh, Maybe, I don't know. That's definitely like, I probably won't do that, but I don't think that's really gonna affect this core learning experience other than just saying, because the thing is, if I say, oh, hey, yeah, you can use this ingredient and combine it with something else, but the problem is I have the element of time that is a factor, so it's not like you're going to be able to guess and check with everything. So, like, I guess that makes a lot more sense if you have a very, like, straightforward combine this with that, which is what I originally had, but I was like, I want to make it so that if you have a red berry and you want to use the mortar and pestle, there's a few ways you can do it to produce different outcomes. And that led me to like, oh, I should. No, I mean, I just mean the element of time with crafting, where like how I set it up with before, I didn't even have this like mini game. It was just you press the button and then it crafts. But now I have it so that you press start and then there's a little timer and then you have to press the inputs at the correct time in the craft in order to produce the output. So like early on in this recipe, you want to put your ground up herb leaves and let it kind of sit for a while, and then you want to hit it with a burst of heat. In terms of like timing in the world, I don't want to. I could maybe think about it later, but I don't feel like rushing the player adds anything right now to the experience, but I could change my mind. Um, but yeah, like I have grinding and crushing. Uh, so yeah, I'm not exactly. I think the reason I'm struggling is because I have some placeholder procedures for and like recipe. I have placeholder recipes and procedures that are not. They don't fit the like narrative or structure that I think I'm going for, and so it's kind of like messing with how I might be going about this. So I think instead of worrying right now about how to convey the information to the player, I need to get the recipes and procedures down in a way that I think makes sense to me, and then from there figure out what the rule, like I need to make the rules, make the examples, and then I need to backtrack and then figure out how to convey that to the player, I think. So yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another thing too, but yeah, it's like how to use the stuff is gonna not be the hard part. I feel like the real bottleneck of this whole experience is going to be figuring out the recipes. But then once you know the recipes, then it gets a little bit more like, oh yeah, I can just try things out now, and like it's way less of just like a nebulous like who knows what to do. You can at least like, oh hey, there's a thing over there. Let me try to combine this with that, and it's a lot more um like a adventure, point and click adventure kind of experience at that point. Once you already know the recipes, or like yeah. So I think I just need to start working on transferring some of these recipes to my world. And I actually need to make a set of rules to follow for how to combine things or break them down. And as long as I'm consistent with how crafting works, then I can give proper feedback. So maybe I could write down like, maybe I could just like write it down real quick up top, like and that's not really the place for it though, is it? I'll just add a line and be like rules. Adding an ingredient earlier means that it will steep for longer. And using bellows means that the cauldron will boil for longer. But how does that work? So like if I say like at step 3 you use bellows, so it'll boil for like just that tick. Yeah. The problem I'm having right now thinking about this is like if it's like, oh, it needs to boil for longer, but it could be any one of those 3 windows of time of like how I have it set up here with the recipe. Like, how do I convey the information for this where, oh, you used the bellows too early or too late, without just saying that and being like, because I could be like, the boiled herbs, and this is a lot of text I'm gonna have to write, but I mean, I think it's worth it. Like, combine, that's tricky. I guess I could say that that's where the visual feedback would come in, though, I think. I think visual feedback could come in where you could say like, okay, so you get there, you see that it like let me grab one for example. So I can pop this up. So like at like step 1, the cauldron shows nothing. Then you put the herbs in, and then you see it gets a little green, and then you put the more herbs in, you see that it gets a little bit more green, and then you wait, and then nothing really happens. Then you boil it, and then it goes from like maybe like a darker green to like a lighter green. But if you do it too early, then on like if you do it like say on 3 instead of 4, then on the 5th one it will maybe darken again, or it will like dull in color or something like that. But then if you were to let it wait too long and you did on the last tick, then it would not brighten in color because it's operating on the fact that everything is crafted in the same amount of time. I could do that. I mean, that could just be one of my rules for like how the world works, is that everything potions need to be crafted in like 5 seconds or something like that. Otherwise the magic becomes too hard to control or something like that. Because I mean, there's gonna be some element of magic to this world. And like the tools, like the only reason these combinations produce this stuff is somehow the tools are harnessing magic to some extent. Maybe possibly. Using bells means a cauldron will boil. No. Using bells means a cauldron will boil for that second. These are like rules for specifically the cauldron. Yellow petal, flower stem. Oh yeah, I was gonna make it so that when you pick up a yellow flower, instead of getting just yellow petals, you also get flower stems. I think that this is a good start. I think I should really focus on implementing this spreadsheet because I think this has some good ideas. No fan of combinations, you'll just get something different. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm more. It's tricky. I mean, if it all follows a set of rules that makes sense, then that shouldn't be a problem necessarily. I think the problem comes in if I want things like I think it becomes a little too ambiguous at that point, in terms of what I'm trying to do. Because if I want like yeah, I need to make up my mind maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Because I want there to be a lot of things that require certain potions. But that would mean instead of requiring certain potions, I'm requiring potions with certain properties. I mean, I guess it would give like the illusion of choice. Because the idea of like, oh well, if you require certain potions, then it would be just a linear experience of like, well, I didn't mean that, like, you need this one potion to solve this one problem. I more meant like, because like right now I have like, oh, so if you grow and you're larger in size, your move speed is faster. So do you need a speed potion? No, not necessarily. But if you can fit through the doorway when you're larger, so there's like ways you can change like your stats or like affect the world differently to create different outcomes in that sense. And then adding on top of that, you can make whatever potion you want. Like it could work. It's just that like, I don't know. In my mind I had the idea of like, oh, let's say so and so wants, I guess you could still have it. It would just be weird though, because how would you know if you're crafting the right thing? Of like, oh hey, let's say you meet someone and they're looking for like a love potion or something. It's like I wouldn't, I mean, I don't know if that would be more of a, it would be difficult for me to implement thing or not, but I'd be like, all right, what kind of love potion is this guy okay with? One that's just straight up, one that has extra stuff. What, that reminds me of a game, now that I'm thinking about it out loud, where like you could craft different things and you can like kind of make whatever you wanted. And like there are quests where you can give people stuff and they can do things that necessarily are not just what the person wants and but they don't care. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't know. Like, oh, here's a potion that makes you taller but also makes you go bald, but they don't care because it just makes you taller. And I'm like, I could do something like that. But it's like, how do you differentiate that the potion is the, like, makes you tall but also makes you bald from the regular potion? Like, how would you even know that that potion exists other than, like, trying everything? I don't know. I guess, like, it doesn't matter. You don't need everything. So the idea would be that, like, you're guided towards the intended stuff, but you can have a ton of other potions you can make, I guess. I don't know. It's like a different game. Like, yeah, I want discovering recipes to be a core component, but like, I don't know. I also wanted some kind of like narrative to it and like a flow that wasn't just like, because yeah, it does get goofy. It gets very goofy if you have that. I don't know. I think I'm gonna not do that. I haven't been planning on doing that, and I think for good reason. It's just because I knew that it would make it difficult. But I could maybe slightly. I was thinking of implementing something like that, where I'm talking like, oh well, how do you know if to do the bellows on the third or the fourth second or whatever? And I could be like, all right, maybe they do work, and they roughly produce the same thing, and like, yeah, maybe they do have slightly different effects. Um, at least in that aspect. some stuff that just straight up doesn't work and other stuff that what does work, I think would be the middle ground. Stuff that does work but is weak, and it's clear that it's weak because something was slightly wrong. Yeah, maybe that's a good indicator too. Just be like, you had everything, but it was just slightly off. Or like you're like missing like one thing. You're like off by one in certain regards that are not critical. Then you can make a weak version of the potion. Only problem is when I have a bunch of different potions that are similar in how to craft them, but maybe produce different outputs, then I couldn't really do that. So I'd have to be very specific. I can't like generalize that as a formula. Or I'm overthinking it and I'm not going to run into that problem. Because I'm kind of future-proofing myself without actually knowing if it's going to be a problem. Man, I need to take a second. Jeez. I'm like, I don't have like AC on in my room, so I'm like just slowly getting like sweatier. Yeah, I on my phone it was saying 100 degrees, I think, yesterday. Let's see what it says now. 101. I don't like to have the AC on when I'm working because I can't hear anything. We're still wearing clothes. I mean, I could put on like one of my like exercise shirts like made out of like I don't even know that I would wear for like if I go running or something. Eh. The other problem is I have my door closed to my room because otherwise, my brother's cat is gonna just start bothering me. I'm trying to like train him a little bit to not like bother me as much, but obviously the less you pay attention to them, the more they are like, oh, that means you trust me, and then they get like really like they get more attached a little bit when you stop giving them attention. I don't need to tame them. We just need a mutual understanding, which is not gonna happen. But I mean, gotta try. Hmm. I will not be doing that, but understandable. I don't think that my my roommate would appreciate that. Alright, so I guess the next thing I can do here, at least just to start, is update the recipe list so that I can produce multiple outputs from one action. Actually, it won't be in the recipe list, at least not yet. So not there. What I need to do is look at how the recipe works. It's not a recipe. It's an interaction. It's an interactable plant. Yellow flowers. I say you get yellow petal. But I also need to add another item. It's about time I add another item. Flower stem. Oh, it's not a script, it is a, or it's not a scene, it's a resource. Item. Flower stem. It's alphabetical, I can't reorganize, it's fine. ID 5. Display name. Flower stem. Description. Stem of a yellow flower. That's all I'll do for now, it's fine. No texture. Doesn't matter too much right now. Max quantity. 10 is fine. Quantity 1. On consume effects. On consume message. Nothing yet. That's fine. I could actually add something. Could say like your stomach feels bloated or something. That's with, because I want to make it so that you can grind up the flower stems to get stem strands. Consume message. Nothing. So that would be an ingredient. Item. Stem strands. If you grind up yellow petals, you get yellow dust. I have to change a lot of this stuff. Stem strands is ID 103. One oh four. It should be 103 and this should be 104. Dust. Yellow petals and yellow and flower stem. I'm a little confused. They're playing peak without me. Oh, this is why. Interactions. So if you cut the yellow flower, you should still get a yellow stem, a flower stem. One. You grab a yellow flower. Should still get a stem. Actually, no. Only get a stem when you cut it. Yellow. Petal. If I rename this, it's going to cause problems. I'm not going to rename it. Hmm. stem strands, ID 103, display name, stem strands, description, strands of a yellow flower stem, carefully separated. Five. Recipe. Alright, I think I have a good stopping point for now. I'm gonna GitHub. UI fixes. Minigame logic. New items. Adjusted UI for UI2. Clear clutter and to allow the recipe list to be shown alongside the crafting and inventory. Adjusted minigame logic to check for the item IDs instead of the slot used, preventing errors on different configurations. Preventing errors when objects are included in the minigame but not used. Began implementation of new format, new items, item set, item and recipe set, which should allow for a consistent logic for procedures should have a consistent. This should allow for a sensible way to give the player hints when based on the rules of how the procedures are designed. Misc bug fixes. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna call it. I might work on it a little bit. I mean, I just need to add stuff from that spreadsheet I have, like slowly, and then start making images and stuff like that. So, mixture of tedium and inspiration. But if I'm doing it alongside other things, it probably is gonna. I'm probably not gonna want to do it alongside other things, but I might. We'll see. But I do have to do laundry and stuff tomorrow, so we'll see what time I get around to streaming. But I got all day, so actually until 6 or so tomorrow. So we'll see. Should be at least a few hours, even if I'm not coding, which I should be. I've been wanting to stream the, like, I am kind of regretting not streaming the demos that I played during Next Fest. The problem I'm having is that I just don't want to stream with when I'm like in Discord calls with other people, because it's pretty unpredictable. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to determine whether it's worth me being in a call with other people or worth me streaming. So I'm gonna have to start facing that reality a little bit more head on. But I mean, gotta start somewhere, because I've realized what I could have done better about how I went about this last Next Fest. There's still some demos I want to try out. And who knows, I might pop the stream on later to play a demo or something like that. But for now, I'm gonna call it. Yeah. See you next time.